Oh, okay. Oop, I didn't change any of my categories. Okay. You're first. You're here. Just after the ad ended. I was gonna start a little bit earlier, but I hooked all the stuff up, and I couldn't hear the game at all. Oh my god, 8 months. It's been 8 months already? Jeez. Yeah, so I was fighting with the audio, trying to figure out where it was sending, where the heck it was sending the audio, because OBS was clearly receiving the audio. I could see the mixer going nuts with it, but it wouldn't come out of my headset. It wouldn't come out of the speakers. Oh yeah, I don't even have my camera up. Here's me. Let me oops. Let me stick me in the corner. I put this picture on the wall so it wouldn't be quite so blank. But when I sit here, it lines up right behind my head, so I'm gonna have to move that or this chair or something. That's silly. So. I forgot to add a face cam for this. Anyways, how's the sound? Let me know. I have been trying to, as you can see, I've been clearing all the stars on all the courses.
Yes!
I've just been trying to unlock stuff. I've settled on a pretty much favorite setup here with Gold Peach, the moped, and my favorite parasol. And yeah, I'm basically just training myself to get better, and trying to unlock all the parts. So let me know if anything's funny. Otherwise, I'm just gonna play this for a little while. I've looked. Our cooking project this evening is going to be long. The heart's gonna have to braise for a couple hours, so we might come back in here while that's going. But ooh, okay. There is a slight audio delay. Red shell killed one of the tiny ones. There's a slight audio delay. I wonder if that's going to mess me up. This is also the first time I'm playing while trying to maintain a chat, so see if that does anything to me either. So how's your Valentine's going? Oh, you have an audio delay? Weird. No, it must be... Oh, why would we both be getting an audio delay? Yeah, I'm getting an audio delay through my headset, but the headset's wired in as well, so it shouldn't be giving me a delay because of the Wi-Fi. I assumed that I was going to have an audio delay, but you weren't. Okay. I should probably troubleshoot this. Oh, I can adjust the audio as soon as... Welcome in, by the way. Well, that's a long name. I can tweak the mixer. How's that? Better? Oh, what's causing the audio delay? Now, for me, it's about a second. Sophisma cognoscente. Complex name. Welcome in. This is my first time attempting to stream a game. Normally I do non-gaming stuff. Which means I have not worked out the kinks in my audio yet. But yeah, now I'm gonna have to... Damn it. Now I'm gonna have to play around with figuring this out. The trouble, I assume this is the trouble everyone has, is that what I hear and what goes out on the stream are quite different from each other. Yeah, we did not make that one. They use shortcuts when I've seen them. They also gang up on you. I'm gonna keep going, but we're gonna have to replay this one because I'm trying to get 3 stars on all the cups, and we just lost it with that one. So, but we may as well carry on and practice. Good point. I can just practice the courses. Although I did get some good practice in on on at least learning some of the turns when I was doing the lower. Damn it. The lower CC runs. I was trying to like test out the shortcuts and such on 50. You can't even do the shortcuts on 50. You just fall off. It's kind of terrible. But of course the AIs also are so brain dead. You don't need shortcuts. And I don't yet have the booster pass for the rest of the courses, so we can, down the line, if we get that, we can go back and do the 50s on all of those for maximum excitement. I kind of just wanted to knock all the 50s right away because they were so easy. I never had to retry a single one of them. And then I did the 100s, and I only had to retry one of them one time. So I figured that those wouldn't be terribly good viewing. This course has the best music. Ugh. Boy, doing the countdown with the sound slightly delayed is really rough. I don't think I can handle that shortcut. Damn it! I swear the AIs go easy on each other just so they can hit the player when you're playing by yourself like this. Believe it or not, they're even more aggressive in the vanilla Wii U. Oh. I, never had the pleasure. I've had them do literal combo moves, where one will launch a blue shell at me, and then just an instant before it arrives, someone else will drop a ghost on me, to get rid of the horn. Or a lightning, or something. So that was pretty good, but we dropped the ball on one of those courses. So you only get 1 star. Oh, and goody, we unlocked something, which means it's going to... although what I'm doing is unlocking things, I then have to reset my car every time I unlock something. Okay. What do we unlock? New bike. I do like the bikes. I'm gonna stick with my favorite. Try that one again. Probably turn a light on in here. It looks like I'm in a dark, shadowy place. Once in a while, the jumps don't work. Oh. Okay, that's convenient. I was in the invincible frames after hitting that, and it protected me from losing any more coins to the lightning. I was going to say, just before I did that, sometimes it seems like the jump boost doesn't always go off when I feel like I've timed it right. Sometimes I've clearly not timed it right. Uh-oh. Like that one. I swear I timed that right, and it didn't give me the boost. Unclear. I think the sound delay is also throwing me off a little bit. I wish I could just stick the headphones directly into the Switch, because then there's no sound delay. But when I did that, the Switch refused to do output to OBS, so that wasn't a solution. What I need is like a monitoring line on capture card, I guess. Bastard. They're such bastards. They have such good aim with the green shells, too. Hold on, I can't quite read that yet. Shit. Feeding video into the capture card using a monitor as your screen. No, I'm using the TV as the screen. TV's here. You guys are over here. This is where OBS is. We've got a capture card splitting off a copy onto the PC for OBS to pick up. Also, hi, Felix. So I've got an HDMI coming out of the Switch, going into the capture card, and then coming out of the capture card into the TV, and then there's a split line coming out of the capture card into the PC. And then, yeah, I've got a slight audio delay, and I thought it was going to be just me that had the audio delay, but apparently you're hearing it too, so now I'm not sure what's causing it. Probably some setting that I've misunderstood. Because initially the problem I was having was I wasn't able to get the sound out of... I couldn't hear the sound. OBS wasn't giving me a monitoring line. So I could try futzing with some of these settings. We're gonna have to just schedule a figure out the audio stream where I figure out the audio. I mean, all I know is I have a noticeable delay, and I would like to figure out how to get rid of it, if possible. No. Shit. This is why speedrunners play without items. God, we just killed this one last time. Now I'm falling off left and right. Oop. No. No. No, I say. That one was a lot more of a struggle than I wanted it to be. I'm gonna have to learn shortcuts on that the previous course, the Swampy course. I don't remember the names of any of these things. I'm gonna have to learn some shortcuts on that, I think. I don't really want to fuss with the audio too much more today, though, so... Because we don't have a ton more of this before I... Actually, since I started later than I was expecting to, I might want to haul up and transfer in there now anyways. Because we might end up coming back in here while the dinner is braising. just because it's going to be a while. But let's do... let's do the egg. We'll do the egg. I wish I could run the headset from the TV. That would be the solution. I don't know if you can hook up a headset to a TV, but... oh, there's a shortcut there. I just saw it after I didn't see it. Ah, wrong turn. Sometimes I think the course design has traps where you... oh! Fucking asshole! Gah! Sometimes I think the course design has traps where it looks like you should take a jump or a drift, but then doing it isn't optimal. Anyways, yeah, that was that. I need to get better at hitting shortcuts and timing my drifts. Now Roy's in the front. Now Roy's not in the front. hitting all these mud puddles. I'm really good at hitting these mud puddles. Oop. Come on. Any of those? Looked directly at that banana, and then I helplessly steered myself towards it. Okay. Okay. I have trouble with this one too. It's got so many twists and turns, but I feel like there aren't the shortcuts to miss. Maybe I just don't know where they are. Maybe I'm missing them so hard I just don't know where they are. Ah. Okay. Come on. Probably my own fault for using the moped. Honestly. I mean, who brings a moped to an F-Zero race, really? Like that. They're so fucking accurate with the green shells. It's unrealistic. There is a shortcut. He took a shortcut that I don't even know is there. Where's that shortcut? Okay, well. I should have put the lights on in this room. Let's go see what car part I've unlocked, and then I think I'm going to shift us over to the kitchen to get started. A wheel. Metal. Ooh. We might actually give that one a try next time. Yes, I'm going to take us to the kitchen. There's going to be a blip. Oh, interesting. I forgot to plug in the wired connection. I've been running this on the Wi-Fi, and I haven't dropped any frames. I'm impressed by that. Has it been smooth? Let me plug these guys in. Interesting. Interesting. Well, then there's going to be less of a delay than I was expecting because I'm not wired in. So I'm just going to switch us to the BRB screen and pull us loose and walk off into the kitchen. Interesting. Early on, the reason I ran an extra line into the kitchen was because I was having trouble where I would lose, I would have interruptions with the Wi-Fi, and I'm wondering if it's just a kitchen problem. We'll see, because now we're in the kitchen again. Huh. Okay. Okay. if my Wi-Fi signal has improved to the point where I can run without needing the hardwired connection, then that will make it much easier to swap between rooms as we go. Okay. For example, we're in this room now. I'm going to leave it on the Wi-Fi, since that seemed to be working, as a test. Always be testing the new hardware, I guess. Well, that would have been a good time to do an ad break too, to snooze off my my ads. Well, hello. For those of you who've already been here, here we are. We're just about at my normal. We're just about at my normal start time, and everything's working smoothly. Let me do a little update on the old Twitter box. Okay. Well, if you've just arrived or if you've been with us, happy Valentine's Day. I we only got about an hour in on the not even quite an hour in on the games there. Because I was fighting with my audio to start with, so I didn't get on as early as I had expected. And now, because today's project is a little bit time consuming, I do want to make sure we get it started, and then, depending on how much time we've got, we might travel back in there. First things first, I'm going to clean up the last few dishes. Well, put away the last few dishes here. So, if you haven't been following along, with my adventures in ingredients, today's project for Valentine's Day is heart. Here, I'll pop us over to. Oh, that's right. I need to reboot my. Activate that one. Activate that one. This is part I usually do off. I usually do when no one's watching. So, hearts. We've got them. This kind. This kind. This kind. Uh, ad is... Oh, thank you, Twitch. Notifying me my ad's about to start. Oh. This kind, and the centerpiece for today, this kind of heart. I did, in fact, manage to find a fresh heart on fairly short notice, just for this project. And here's the, there's a little bit of a story, not a big story, a little bit of a story. So I went to the butcher. Happy Valentine's Day! We've just slid into the kitchen from some pre-kitchen games. I was just about to tell us about the heart. I went to the butcher and asked, "Can you find me a heart?" And he said, "No, we can't get you a heart because they don't keep them on hand, and they can't special order just one heart. They have to order like they order everything comes by weight, so they would order an amount of heart, and then they'd have to figure out what to do with it. So they're not going to do that because nobody else is ordering heart. So if you want heart, you got to make sure that there's enough demand in your area for them to stock it. And then, that's what we were playing. I suppose we can switch to just chatting while I'm chatting. But we are in fact in the kitchen now. Yeah, that's what we were playing just a moment ago before I slid us over into the kitchen. But he suggested that I check out the Mexican grocery store to see if they might have heart, because they have some odd cuts there sometimes. But then, on my way out the door, he calls me back, comes out of the freezer with this. And as you can see, it's got no labeling on it. He had exactly one lamb's heart. I think someone had their lamb butchered there. So they had like a few odds and ends. And he just gave it to me. I think he wouldn't have been able to sell it because he's only got the one and there's no demand for it. So he just handed it to you. He says, "Here you go. Have a heart." And of course, they wanted to know what I was going to do with it. No, I'm not feeding it to my dog. I'm going to eat it myself for Valentine's Day. And that always gets a look. I'm like, oh, really? So that's where we are today. Or some weird ritual. Yeah. Let's see. What is that? We got to preheat our oven, but we got to preheat our oven to a kind of lowish temperature today. Sure. We'll go with that. I'm preheating my oven to under 300. Also, welcome in, Saizan. Were you here earlier? No, you weren't. Yeah, I was gonna come on even earlier in the afternoon, but as I've mentioned a couple times now, there were some audio issues, so I fought with that. And by the time I was done fighting with that, it was about 3:30. So then we played games for an hour, and I hopped in here. Um, this thing is by far the longest part of today's project. Um, so we need to start prepping it. But there are some other elements that go with it. There's a yeah, it's a we've got a project on our hands. Where's my nylon board? Okay. Step one, we got to get in there. It looks like this one looks actually to me as though it's already been trimmed. So that's good. I think that this is the top side. It looks to me like it's already been trimmed, having done some research. Where did I find cooking directions for lamb's heart? I am adapting a recipe from Great British Chefs for stuffed lamb's heart. I'm not following their recipe exactly, but we are using them as a starting point. Smells like meat. Okay, I'm gonna give this a quick cold water rinse, just so I don't have a pool forming on my cutting board. Okay, and there it is. And yes, indeed, it has been trimmed at the top. There's no aorta up here, and there's a little bit of fat that I think we're going to take off the side up here. But for the most part, the top bit has been trimmed away. I should also have washed my hands prior to that. So if this is lamb, so it's going to, in my estimation, still have the flavor of lamb. We're still going to have that gamey, lamby flavor going on. Despite these obvious fat deposits on the outside of the heart is an extremely lean muscle. There's no fat in the muscle. There's no intramuscular fat at all. It also, even on a lamb, is the hardest working muscle in the body. So it's never not a tough cut. But that means that it develops quite a lot of flavor, even when it's a lamb and hasn't had the time to develop more flavor. Grow up. I gotta figure out how to get into this guy though, because you need to get inside of it in order to stuff it. Yes, mutton is gamier than lamb. Accurate statement. So I'm trying to work out how I want to cut this because I can't cut it twice. So I've got an atrium, ventricle. Okay, wash my hands real quick. Again, I should just get a towel handy so that I can wash. And I know I just washed my hands, but I want to use my computer now. Okay. I gotta look something up. How to clean a heart. That's already taken off. So I'm supposed to I'm supposed to take my knife, take my hand, go in the opening here and follow it along. And this is what we're looking for. These guys. These guys right here. These are quite literally heartstrings. And they are not good eating. Sorry if this is gross for people. I will remind you, if you eat meat, this is part of it. But we're taking the heartstrings out because they're not tendons. But they're a connective tissue, and they're very strong connective tissue because they hold the heart together. So we're going in after them. Losing tiny bits on the edges as we do. But for the most part, they seem like they're coming out pretty neatly. I'm not losing a lot as I go for them. I need to roll my other sleeve up. We need to roll my sleeves back. I'm going to get sleeve in this if I don't. We also need to open this up so that we can rinse out the interior properly. Please, anyone, let me know if there's any interruptions to the stream. As I mentioned when we made the transfer, I've left it on the Wi-Fi, which in the past has been problematic, but I had forgotten to connect the wired line for the game, and it didn't give us any issues. So if my Wi-Fi can handle this, I'm going to leave it for the time being. But please let me know if there's any issues you notice. Okay, sleeves are rolled up so that I can just keep going on this. There's another cavity in here somewhere. That guy should be... We are also going to take some of this exterior fat off. The supposedly the fat around the heart is not good eating either. It's very hard and waxy. But we want to be careful not to lose our meat along the way. That's what we're here for. Don't worry. This part of the project is the most time-consuming and the most gross. I promise I have some really interesting things coming up. I've come up with a delightful use for Heart of Palm, which is going to let me turn my plate into a surf and turf with without the surf. Okay, that's pretty good. I think I could have sworn there's another cavity in here, but I'm not sure where it would be. There's no other exterior openings. And I don't just want to start stabbing wildly, so I guess I'm going to assume we're good. And set that aside. Wash my hands again. Okay. Boy, it's been a while since I've done butchery. I think the last time I did like anything close to butcher work was when I disassembled that turkey. Okay, reference recipe. Lamb heart, trimmed. Moved out of the way so we don't cross-contaminate things. as we slide on into some other ingredients here. Shallot. We need a veggie scraps bowl. So how's your Valentine's Day? We have more people here than when I started, so how's it going? I'm obviously having a pretty good time here doing this. This is one of those shallots with very, very tight paper that I've complained about many times. Come on. I hate this. Sometimes you just can't get these stupid papers to let go. There you go. Ugh. And they're so brittle that even if you catch the edge of it, it just tears instead of coming off in a nice sheet. And unlike with garlic, I don't have a tool to make this less annoying. Okay, that half wasn't as bad. Get out another bowl. Set the scraps bowl a little farther away so I don't get them confused. Did you see those bits go flying? They flew directly into the trash. Today. Today-o. Already we're having weirdness. Okay. Okay. We're gonna have to pre-saute the shallot to develop the flavor a little bit. But it's finely minced enough that we don't need a ton of time on it. So we will get it going over there. Medium heat. So this is just my small red pan. Olive oil, medium heat. Shallot. To which we add some garlic, also minced up. So we're making a stuffed heart here. So now what I'm making now is the stuffing. I did not pre-prepare my garlic like I always say you should. So go back to before you minced up the shallot. For those of you following along at home, and I know you are, do this first. Not first. Do this after you prep the heart, but before the shallot. Little bits of shallot all over the place. Little bits and pieces of shallot all over the place. Okay. Now these guys need to just saute a little bit until translucent and fragrant. And then we're taking them back out. And we're going to assemble our stuffing in this bowl. So let's pop back over here. I've got pre-seasoned, specifically says stale breadcrumbs, which is great because I've had these breadcrumbs for ages. They're about as stale as they're going to get. You don't need a ton of them though, and we're yeah. And perhaps the most controversial element for today, I've got some veal. I'm going to stuff my lamb's heart with veal. I wasn't going to use the veal, but it was in the discount bin. Which means also we'll have to assess it now as we open it up, if it's gone off at all, since it's in a vacuum pack and it was in the discount bin. It smells okay. Now that it's open, I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with it. So we're not using a ton of it today. We're using like this much-ish. Trying to break it up a little bit. So I did a little bit of research on this specific veal farm that this came from. It is a no leash, no crate operation. I'm not going to say that the cattle are running around in idyllic grassy fields with flowers all around them, but they're not sticking them in little boxes either. And they had pictures of the facility. So I'm satisfied that this is not, because I've seen those the really rough ones, and they don't look very nice. And I know they've been banned in a lot of places for excessive cruelty. Um, so if you are buying veal, I suggest reading about the farm. And a lot of them these days are quite proud of their operations not being the old traditional way, because the old traditional way has become very, very much a negative thing in the public opinion. I guarantee you, it's public opinion more than anything. Um, our shallot and garlic is sautéed, fragrant, translucent. I don't really want to brown it, so I'm going to get it in there now. Uh, Ethical concerns aside, veal is an ideal meat for this because it is quite fatty, which is going to offset the leanness of the heart. My parsley's a little bit wilty, but we still got some good leaves in here. Um, we're going to save the stems. I've mentioned this before. The stems are still good. You just have to be sure to cook them properly. And since we're doing a braise, I'm going to save all of my parsley stems and throw them in the braising liquid to impart their parsley flavor to the braise. So hang on to your parsley stems. They are a byproduct of the milk industry. That is literally the origins of veal. Um, because you'll get a mix of male and female calves, and of course, only the female calves can produce milk. So, and I'm sure you're aware of this as well with with the egg industry, the males then have no real value to the primary industry. In the case of cattle, instead of just disposing of them, they raise them as veal. And you can raise veal without the boxes and the leashes and all that nonsense. That stuff is just excessive cruelty, really. It's unnecessary. So yeah, it's you're right. It's a byproduct of the dairy industry. Honestly, I think it's less awful than what they do with chickens. Um, the egg industry. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not lying to myself that the meat I eat is frolicking, delightful lives before I get to it. But I also don't want battery farms and these. I've literally in person seen a high density cattle feedlot, and it's awful. Um, so there's definitely a middle ground, and you just have to do your research on the farms. Like I can't flip it over because the label's on the other side, but I went and did my research on this farm, on this a specific veal farm, and it says on the packaging uh, that they're no leash, they're kept in groups, so they're not isolated. And I went and did the research, and they've got pictures of their farms, and I'm like, okay, it's still a commercial farm, so it's not. Yeah, but I was satisfied that they were doing what they could within the constraints of the business that they were in. Um, okay, I need some time for that, and by time I mean the herb, not the time. Coming back, coming back. Um, yeah, demand public consciousness of the problematic farming practices has helped drive demand for agricultural products that are not utilizing those problematic practices. People appear willing to pay a higher price for chemical. Your rating. Welcome in. You've come in the middle of a conversation around agriculture and problematic agricultural practices. Hope you're ready for that. Um, or we can change the topic because we have covered it. Uh, welcome in. What were you playing? I don't have a shout out feature. Everybody go follow Chemical. Do it now. Uh, actually, don't know if we've got enough of that yet. I think I want a little bit more. Honestly, I think I want a little bit more of this just to make sure we have enough when we get to the stuffing phase. It obviously started cooking a little bit from the hot oil from the sautéed onion or shallot and garlic, because it's gone a little bit gray. A lot of hand washing. I can't wait till we get past this hand washing phase. Um, yeah, better to have a little bit of extra of this than not enough. So, okay. Now I am going to bag up the remainder. We're going to have to revisit this soon, because now that it's opened, we have to make sure to use it. Otherwise, these poor animals will have lost their lives for literally nothing. Let's swap back over. If you're squeamish, I don't know if anyone was squeamish earlier, but if you're squeamish, we are back to the squeamish part. Oh, actually, I was going to give this a quick rinse in cold water, just to get any lingering blood out of it. Normally, I would say, oh, that red fluid coming out of your meat, that's not blood, that's just intramuscular or intracellular fluid. In this case, I would guess that it's just blood. Because, you know. Because, you know, that's what this part of the critter does. Okay. It kind of sticks to itself. I may have overstuffed it just a little bit, but there's another layer to this. Wash my hands again. I swear, we're approaching the end of the hand washing every couple of minutes phase. Third element. Now, I cut these in half for storage. So they are not a good shape for this. And we're going to have to use 6 of them in order to get it wrapped around properly. You should always expect bacon. The bacon is specifically called out in the recipe, the reference recipe, as being necessary not just for flavor, but on account of the low fatness of the heart muscle. Okay. This should be our last. Oh no, there's going to be another one. We need to tie it together with some butcher's twine as well. Now, I have a pretty thick bacon there, so I'm counting on everything to sort of contract as we go. Where did I put my butcher's twine? Where did I put my butcher's twine? I just had it out because I bought it and put it on the countertop, so it would be right here when I needed it. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Aha. Twine. I'm just going to find the end of it. I'm not sure. That little tuft has to be the end of it, right? Which means this guy is the outer edge. Okay. I've never trussed a roast before. You could say that. In fact, you did say that. I think you're supposed to do it this way. I think you're supposed to start by doing it this way. You could have not said that, but you chose to say that. What if we go up here to that kink? Give it a flip. Yeah, I need another hand, that's for sure. I'm not talking because I'm concentrating, and I think I'm concentrating and doing this not well. Stop falling off, bacon. Okay. I need to pull the whole thing around you twice so you don't stop sliding down on me. Uh, okay. We are just gonna screw it up and call it good enough. Is it pretty? No, it's extremely ugly. But good enough. Hmm? I could stick toothpicks in it too. It would also help if the bacons weren't uh, cut in half so that they didn't have loose ends on both ends. Uh, okay. This part I'm not going to touch anymore for a while. We're going to move this tray away and get back the other tray. Your board. We're back in my comfort zone of chopping vegetables. I guess I'm going to have to practice trussing a roast on my own time, since I clearly don't know how to do it. Or I'll practice on your time. And you can all criticize me harshly and make puns about trust. Harshly. Why are all my onions like this? Okay. I'm gonna get out the vessel that needs to be cooked. This needs to be cooked in, which is this one. Splash of oil at the bottom. Oh, you can't even see it because I didn't reboot the. Oh, because I'm on that screen. Uh, Dutch oven. Prepping this thing has definitely taken longer than I was initially expecting. I will say that with certainty. We got to get this thing in the oven real quick. Otherwise, I'm going to be eating it super late. Fortunately, I did preheat the oven, so the oven's ready to go. It just needs the thing here to be prepped. So we're throwing in an onion, coarsely chopped. We're throwing in some celery. Some slightly floppy celery, but that's fine. It's being cooked anyways. There's ice in my celery. That's not a great sign. And it's less green than I think it's supposed to be as well, so... And this beastie. Part of this beastie. In lieu of a carrot, I'm going with beet. But I'm not using the whole thing here. I have use for it elsewhere. I found a very heart-shaped beet. Oh, you can't even see. I found a particularly heart-shaped beet for this. And it's also very large, which is necessary for the nonsense I want to do with it. And it's bloodier than the actual heart. Okay. And I'm going to leave the skin on for these parts. I got to be careful not to get beet juice on everything. So we're throwing, I took 3 slices out of the middle, right lengthwise through it. And then I'm dicing up the outer 2 sides. And it is going in our braise to soften. I wanted this bright red, bloody look to it. Spatula. different spatula. Okay. Thyme, parsley, bay. Here's when I'm going to add my reserved parsley stems. But also some parsley with the leaves on. My other thyme stem. The heart is going to cook for a long time, which is why I'm saying that I need to get it in there. Prepping it took a bit longer than I was expecting. So yes. Fortunately, I have other projects, and as we just learned, I can transfer pretty seamlessly to the other room, so I can go back and play games while we wait. But yes, it's gonna cook for quite a time. Oh, I'm supposed to. Oh, hmm. Hmm. I'm supposed to fry off the heart to get it started before I put it in there. I guess I will do that in a pan. The heart's gonna have to be in the oven for about 2 hours. So, like I said, I misjudged the prep time a little bit. Although my heart is a little bit smaller, on the smaller side, so it might finish up faster. But yeah, this is a thing. I'm adding some garlic to my trivet, my braising trivet, but just whole. Yeah, heart being a tough working muscle, you're kind of restricted to either cut it super thin and cook it in an absolute flash so it doesn't have time to toughen up, or cook it long and slow so that it toughens up and then it breaks down and gets all nice and tender. There's not really a middle option for these gnarly parts. So let's get that guy at least a little bit started there. Yeah. Come on, you stupid garlic paper. Okay. So that heat should probably go off on that one, actually. Okay. So yeah, if I get it in now. Okay. 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 Okay, while that is starting up, I'm going to wash my meaty board over here and the knives. Okay. So, does anyone have any, I suppose it's late in the day to be talking about plans for Valentine's Day, but does anybody have any plans for Valentine's Day that haven't already happened? Um, I know we're getting late in the day, and if you're planning on having a evening with a loved one, that's probably already in progress. Frozen pizza. They have heart-shaped pizzas now. Um, I don't know if you saw them. You've probably seen them. Uh, I'm gonna need my tongs. Oh, what, pray tell, did you have for lunch? I bet you could find a heart-shaped pizza, Saizen. I've seen them at the Quick Trip. Okay, our bacon is starting to really render out. The sizzle has become quite loud. You can probably hear it. This thing's been pretty good at picking up sizzles. I think. I think. Sizzly, sizzly. Um, but who knows? Maybe your town really does hate fun. They've banned anything heart-shaped. Lobster bisque, a Caesar salad, and a BLT wrap. That sounds delightful. In anticipation of me having a big feast tonight, my lunch consisted of one slice of convenience store pizza, which I picked up while I was out grabbing last-second ingredients for this monstrosity. Um, oh, I just have to push. We've just got to push through this stage, get this thing in the oven, braising, and then we can move on to some more dynamic stuff. I probably should have got some thinly sliced bacon for this too. The my super thick bacon is likely part of my problem. Caesar salad with anchovies and lobster bisque. Um, I've never made a lobster bisque. I've eaten a lobster bisque. I've never made a lobster bisque. We could give that a try someday. But that sounds great. That sounds wonderful. Okay, I've been thinking as we've been standing here, and I've already got a plan for this rendered out fat. So we will save it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think the bacon's going to fall apart a little bit. I don't think we can avoid that at this stage. Which side goes to the top? Oh, it's already doing it. It's already doing it. Okay. We're going to nestle that guy. We're going to nestle that guy in the trivet. And here's perhaps the most decadent part. I've got a bottle of wine. And I am instructed to add about half a bottle of wine to this. And then bring it to a boil. And then it goes in the oven. So, turn the heat up because it's pretty hot, but I just cooled it down by putting red wine in there. I did pick up a cheap wine. There was one on the discount rack, actually. This is a $10 bottle of wine that they had half off. It's a Cabernet Sauvignon, and it says, even on the thing, that it goes with steak, but they recommend pairing it with red meat. So I figured that was a good pick here. We're not going to add any more of the wine. If I need more liquid, I'm just going to add water. But yeah, we're doing a full-on red wine braise today, and with the beets in there, this should come out with a pretty red color. We're also rapidly coming up to a simmer. I want to make sure to controlledly come up to a simmer. I don't want to ruin this. Even though I want to speed it up, I really, really don't want to spoil this at all. Because I've already put quite a bit of time into it, and I don't have a backup heart. It's at a pretty stable simmer, so I'm going to pop the lid on, and in the oven it goes. Check my time. Oh boy, okay, we're looking at a little bit of a late dinner today, for sure, at this stage. But now that that is in the oven, I have no more direct involvement with it until we check on it much later on. So, let's come back over here. Now, one of my elements, I'm actually not going to do these just yet. We've got another thing. Yeah, I'll have to take a peek at it. Make sure we don't boil off our liquid. Wine will boil off a little bit faster than plain old water or stock or broth. So yes, if you're doing a wine braise, keep an eye on it. These slices of beet, I'm not ready for them yet. I just didn't want them to get... I had to do them then because I was putting the rest of it in the braise. I need a place to put them. I think this is going to end up as a stain that we're going to see for weeks and weeks. But I want to use this chopping board again. Let's see if I can't mitigate the stain a little bit as well. Okay, so this next step, our next event, because we're one heart down on our 5 hearts project, our 5 heart dinner. No, that actually worked pretty well to get that pink stain off. Okay, that worked pretty well. It's still visible, but it's not like bright. Heart of Palm. This one I picked literally because I knew it existed and that it was called Heart of Palm. I've never had this before. I've never even really considered this before. And it's hard to open. Okay. Heart of Palm. Now, what Heart of Palm is, I went and read about it. What Heart of Palm is, it's essentially the same thing as a bamboo shoot. But instead of being of a bamboo, it's of a palm tree. So it's the tender core of a palm tree sprout. And they come in these nice logs. And I would like to taste one as is. Heart of palm, water, salt, citric acid. So the flavor is just the heart of palm then. There's nothing else in it to provide flavor. It's got a vegetable-y flavor, but like a really mild one. It reminds me of banana blossom. It reminds me of banana blossom more than anything, I think. And it might just be because it's got a very similar brine on it. But what I'm going to make with these is crab cakes. Now, somebody said that I could just rake it with my fingers. I think I need to chop it first. But then it should just kind of shred apart. It kind of shreds apart. It's a little bit firmer than I think for just finger shredding. I'm going to go through these with a big knife. So we're making heart of palm cakes. Which are supposed to be very similar to crab cakes. Honestly, the texture of these is almost like hard-boiled egg with just a little bit of a fibrousness to it. I think I would get these and play around with them in the future. Um, they have that texture that you find in like canned jackfruit or banana blossom or like that kind of the vegetables that people like to use as meat substitutes. It definitely has that kind of texture to it, but I think it's less fibery than any of those. I shouldn't have done that with my hands. The little fibers stick to your hands. I'm doing each of these sticks slightly differently because I'm experimenting with how I think the best way to cut them is. I think that's a winner. Interesting, though. The fact that what springs to my mind is that they are the texture of a hard-boiled egg is really not something I've ever encountered in a vegetable. And vegan egg options that I've encountered typically go for liquid eggs and like that kind of application, and they don't have a way to turn them into hard-cooked eggs. You can make them into scrambled eggs, you can put them in things, but you can't just make like a hard-cooked egg, which means you couldn't make like a vegan egg salad because you wouldn't be able to get that texture. These obviously don't have the shape of an egg. And they're a tiny bit firmer, but yeah. I could see you turning these into like an egg salad sandwich. Be careful not to slice my fingers as we get down to the back end of them there. Fascinating. And I haven't dropped a single frame yet. I'm amazed. I guess Spectrum finally upgraded their system and actually did it. I'm tempted to run a speed test, but I don't really want to do that while I'm live. I wonder if there's any use for the brine. I'm not going to throw it away immediately, but I can't think of anything to do with the brine. Okay. So we've got that. I'm not going to stick to a vegan recipe, but we're going to stick to a vegetarian recipe. So there's going to be mayonnaise going in here as a binder. Some Old Bay. Some black pepper. Oh, green onion. Panko is the other major ingredient here. This one is a recipe, I should say. I'm using a recipe from, oh god, their name is Power Hungry, for Heart of Palm cakes. Heart of Palm crab cakes is what it says. And mayonnaise, which I'm not. They say use a vegan mayonnaise. I'm going to use regular mayonnaise. 4 tablespoons, which we will use a tablespoon to measure. Camera's drooping a little bit. 1, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5 ish. Salt, specifically sea salt. specifically calls for sea salt. I'm sure because they want to get that oceaniness in it that the heart of palm does not have, that you would get a little bit of in crab. They're trying to mimic crab with this. And finely chopped green onion. I'm going to have to go to the front window for that. But it's dark because we've been at this for so long. Green onion. And we're coming back, and we're coming back, and we're coming back. I should have done this in the bigger bowl. I didn't think it was going to quite fill up that much. Take the little dried up tip off. Okay. 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 How long is it? We're keeping an eye on our time, by which I mean our clock time, not our herb time. Okay. I think we're going to have to get in this one with our fingers. In order to get it to stick together. Making a mess. It really, really is very sticky. And cold. Trouble is the mayonnaise is at the top. Okay. Maybe getting in with my hands right at the start was not the best idea. Maybe I should get it started with the spatula. Then, once it's a little bit less sticky, go in with my hands. Okay. Okay, but this definitely needs a larger bowl. It's impossible to get any leverage on it with it threatening to spill out like that. So, for those of you following along at home, go back and make sure your bowl is large enough. Okay, it's looks like it's coming together. How sticky is it? Not super sticky. But is it sticky enough to form a patty? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. This is working. This is working. Oop. Did I lose you guys? I didn't drop any frames, but it says welcome to the chat room as though it disconnected from chat. I'll have to check my dashboard panel, see if it lost anything. Nope. Okay. I'll double check, but good. If you didn't see a blip, then it probably was just a reloading of chat. Okay, by the looks of it, we can get 3 pretty generously sized patties out of this. And they hold together really quite well. Are they too thick? They're probably too thick. This recipe wants me to make 14 patties, 14 tiny patties out of this instead of 3 big ones. That seems excessive. It also wants me to bake them, which we're not doing because, okay, 2 people have chimed in and said that there was no problem on your end, so that's good. It also wants me to bake these at 400 degrees, which we can't do because the oven is occupied. So we're going to do them the way I would do crab cakes, on the stovetop. Let's pop over to the stove. We have a... Now this is gonna... They're gonna soak up some of the oil, so we gotta have quite a bit of oil. Which I'm sure is why they wanted me to bake them. Because frying them, they're going to soak up some oil. But, to get that pan hot, let's start frying these guys up. While this pan is starting to heat up, I'm going to take a quick peek. It's been 20 minutes, just to see how our bubbles are doing. We've still got liquid in our braise, so okay. Okay. The irony is not lost on me on making a vegetarian crab. What the hell is? Oh, there was a sudden sound in the corner, and it was water dribbling off the side of my counter onto a paper bag. What the hell is that sound? Um, I was saying the irony is not lost on me of making a vegetarian crab cake to go with my veal stuffed bacon wrapped lamb's heart. Um, okay, let's get these guys in here before this is completely blazing hot. So that I can gently lower them in. Oh, they might break up a little bit. Okay. Let's let those guys get started. Let's come back over here. And let's get these beet pieces trimmed. And yes, I'm making hearts. Because beets are... this beet was already almost heart-shaped. And beets are so red. I thought it was perfect. I thought it was a perfect shout. We're making heartbeats. This is one of my hearts. This is the 5th heart. This is the only heart that's not actually a heart that I'm constructing into a heart. They came out pretty well. They came out well, nicely shaped. Let's there's a little bit of panko on the board here, and that's sticking to the beats. So we'll brush that off, and then brush the board off so that I don't have to fight with it anymore. Okay. Okay. That one came out just perfect. That one's a little bit lopsided. That one's a little bit lopsided. Oh, boy. So we've got heart of palm, heartbeats, lamb's heart. We're going to do artichoke heart. And then I've got a romaine heart for our side salad. And that's our 5 hearts. While we are waiting for the veal to catch up, or the heart to catch up to us, and these crab cakes to catch up to us, I am going to take the advice of Bookwoman earlier and take a little glob of stuffing we had left over here and make a teeny tiny patty out of it so that I can get rid of the bowl. And also to render a little bit of the fat out of it because I have plans for that. Well, something smells good. Which thing smells good? I think it's the crab cake, quote unquote crab cakes. So we had a little bit of bacon left, and it was quite fatty. So I'm going to take the fatty end off of each of them. So I've just got the fat part. I'm going to also render that down in the pan here. So I want some bacon fat. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. These extra little bits are going to also get fried off and then eaten by me as a snack. Snacking bacon. actually going to switch burners because I want the large burner for that. Okay. 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 Let's tidy up a little bit. I'm going to throw out the brine from the Hearts of Palm because I don't have an idea for it, and it just seems like salt water. So my idea is that the crab cakes here will be an appetizer course. So that's why I'm going ahead and doing them now, even though we have some time before the heart is ready. Whereas the beets are the vegetable side, and the artichoke and romaine hearts are also our sides. So let's open up this can of artichoke hearts. I like artichoke hearts, but I hate preparing artichokes from whole artichokes. So I'm a big fan of canned artichokes. The only downside of which is that once you open the can, you've got this quantity of artichokes to use. And you don't always need a full can's worth when you're looking to make something with artichokes. But they're so convenient. Because the part of the artichoke you want is the artichoke heart. I've had artichoke outer parts, but they are... I mean, they're okay. They're not my favorite. We need to peek at the bottoms. Yeah, I just said that. The crab cakes are the appetizer course. The crab cakes are the appetizer course, and then the heart, the heart beets, the artichoke hearts, the romaine hearts are all sides of the heart. So yes, exactly. That is exactly what I'm planning. The crab cakes are the heart of palm cakes are the appetizer course, and I was just about to check the bottoms of them. They hold together pretty well, I have to say. I've got them on the low end of medium heat, so they're supposed to be cooking a little bit slower, but they're also stovetop, so who knows? Because they're a little bit thick, so I want to try to get them heated through to the middle, if I can. Now, the heart of palm was ready to eat right out of the can. There's no ingredients in this that can't be eaten raw, so we don't have to worry about, because there isn't even any raw egg in them. It uses mayonnaise as a binder. So we don't actually have to worry about them being cooked in the middle. We just have to worry about color and texture. Let's use a different spatula to flip this guy. Yeah, they're looking pretty good. I agree. I didn't know how they'd perform, but I think that they look just how I want them to. And we are up in the back corner here, rendering out the fat from all of the remaining bacon and that little patty of leftover stuffing. Because I intend to use the rendered out fat up there for another part of the thing. They smell interesting. I can't say they smell like crab. They smell interesting. The proof will be in the tasting, of course. I should get my glass of water. Speaking of water, how about that weather? We had rain today all day. 41 degrees and rain in February. That's an atrocity. The earth is dying. Although we had enough snow on the ground that it did not melt all the snow. And it's supposed to cool down tomorrow, so we're going to have we're going to be at risk of some glare ice out there, I think. Let me take a peek if I'm lying or not. Okay, it's supposed to cool down on Thursday. It's supposed to cool down. Yeah, it's supposed to actually stay above freezing until tomorrow evening. But then it's going to cool down, and then we're at risk of glare ice. Oh, come on, little Patty, don't get stuck. Come on, come on. Okay. Our little tiny veal patty. And our snacking bacon. The snacking bacon looks done to me. These pieces of just fat need to keep rendering, though. Turn the heat down a little bit. Let them render without burning, please. I want to get as much of that bacon fat in that pan as possible. Oh. I missed a piece of snacking bacon. Taste our bacon. Tastes like bacon. I'm also getting hungry because I had a very light lunch. So. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. Let's pull up a quick recipe guide. I was supposed to make a sauce. Let's pop over here. Actually, let's stay over here for a moment. Peek at the bottoms again. They're still browner on the top than they are on the bottom, so I'm going to let them go a little bit. Let's pop back over here. Push some of this stuff to the side. Give myself an open space there. I need to make a little sauce for those cakes. Where'd that spoon go? I got it soapy. Okay. Good amount of mayonnaise. Some horseradish mustard. We're making a quick remoulade. Some horseradish. I like mine a little bit spicy, so I'm going to throw in some Frank's Red Hot, which will also help with the color. Some paprika, some garlic powder. Paprika for color. Some black pepper. Pickle juice. I don't have pickle juice, but I have a little bit of relish. Which is close. Grab one tiny whisk. And before I whisk it tinily, I want this to be red. We have a theme today. We have a theme today, so we're adding red. Tiny whisk, go! Taste. Needs more things. It pretty much just needs a little bit more of each of the same things, not a ton more. I just had a bit more mayonnaise than I was accounting for in that first batch. So this is just the same ingredients, just a dash more of everything. I've also put some Cajun seasoning in there, and another drop of red. Those cakes are probably going to be done real quick. Taste. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's what I get for just eyeballing stuff, I suppose. Oop, gonna burn my bacon if I'm not careful. Speaking of bacon, snacking bacon. Mmm. Those are brown. Let's check the bottom of our... First of all, let's get these burnt bacon scraps out of this pan. Plenty of rendered in fat. These guys have to cool down before I can throw them away, though. Let's get them out of there. Okay, okay. Set that pan aside. We don't need it now. Check the bottom of one of our cakes. Oop, they're a little over on the bottom, so this top side is going to be our presentation side. Get them off the heat. Okay, now let's see if I can manage to decorate this plate. Okay, it's a little bit messy, but I suppose that's unavoidable. Grab our tongs, grab our cakes. Tong and spatula. They're not the most stable things in the world. They're not the most stable things in the world. They hold together. They don't hold together quite as well as a crab cake, and I think that's because there's mayonnaise instead of egg. I think if it was just egg, they would hold. And yes, we'll take a peek at the heart, make sure I haven't lost my braise. A little dollop of this stuff right in the middle. Plunk him in the photo station. Take a peek at our braise. You guys can peek at it too. We're going to bring it all the way up here. Looking good, looking good. We still have plenty of liquid in there. So, welcome in. We just checked on our braise. Still have plenty of liquid in there, so it's going to go back in, and it's going to keep ruddling. I just finished cooking the hors d'oeuvre course. So we were just about to taste that. I just need to take a quick photo of this kind of awkward plating. Hope the heart comes. Yeah, the heart kind of comes through. Oh, my. Huh. I think I'm running too many things on one circuit. Because it just popped the breaker on the wall outlet there. That's not good. I'll have to check on that. Oh, no, I'm not from no. Huh. I'm not sure what decided to trip that. It may have been the oven kicking back on. Does the oven still have power? Yeah, the oven still has power. That's not a problem there. Interesting. Don't know what that was. Oh, the only things in that outlet are my PC and then the second monitor. Interesting. Welcome in. Oh, of course. I need to reboot that camera because it went out. Because that camera is running through the monitor. Okay. This guy in the corner. This is our hors d'oeuvre course. And we're going to give it a taste. This is a veggie crab cake. This is a heart of palm cake with pink remoulade. Mmm. Mmm. Nice crispy exterior. Nice tender in the middle. Chemical. Welcome in, Chemical. I mean, welcome back, Chemical. Happy Valentine's Day. No, I got the photo. The thing tripped while I was in there taking a photo. I'm in the northern part of the U.S. I'm in Wisconsin. We're having unseasonably warm weather. Oh, this is good. This is good. It didn't smell like crab cake when it was cooking. And it definitely doesn't have like a super crabby flavor to it, but the texture is great. And the flavor really is reasonably close. It also helps that I'm hungry. Yeah, that's a winner. That right there, that's a winner. Also going to taste test this little guy here. This is our patty, little tiny patty of the stuffing for the main heart. It's faintly sweet, which is odd because there's no sugar in it. Anyways, I assume you're from Texas. AM from Texas. Perhaps am from Texas. We are one heart through our 5 hearts Valentine's dinner. The main heart is on a braise. We peeked at it just as you were getting here. These 3 need to be cooked. We've also got our artichoke hearts. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1 in the oven. And then as a side salad, I have some hearts of romaine, which I normally say that lettuce is a waste of time. So let's see if I can't make a heart of romaine that I don't think is a waste of time. And our braise has been in there for just about an hour. So we do have some time to kill. So I'm not gonna. Now these guys are probably take. They're gonna take a bit. We can't completely leave those until the last minute. They're not gonna take an hour, but I have time to munch on my crab cake and chit chat with some newcomers to the stream. I think I've got too many things going on for me to jump back in and play any more Mario Kart mid-cook. I think if I was just doing the braise, that would be a good idea. But since I've got other things, I'm not going to do that this time. But it's nice to have that option in my pocket for projects like this with a big downtime. We're still working on getting good transitions and where did the little oven go? There it is. Good transitions and something to let me do projects that have a long cook time without me having to come up with a second project just to fill space. So, what have you been doing for Valentine's AM? Anything special? I was pretty busy this morning, so I didn't see if you were streaming earlier. It's also a Tuesday, but worked with a high school friend nap, gym, coffee, getting ready for a few drinks. Sounds like a pretty good day. Uh, that sounds like a pretty good day. Uh, well, enjoy yourself. I also had coffee. My day started very early, and I had coffee while watching Redweird first thing in the morning. But then I had to start prepping for all this mess. So I wandered off. I had to run out and get ingredients. I had to run out and get butcher's twine. I didn't have any butcher's twine. I had most of the ingredients, but I deliberately saved not getting some of them until this morning because I wanted to make sure they were fresh. Um, while I was out, I spotted another big slab of salmon that's going to be on discount tomorrow. We just learned about preserving salmons. I'm liable to go back and see if it's still there tomorrow, and on my own time, cure up a bit more of it, chuck it in the freezer. Oh, that's right. Well, we've got a little bit of downtime. I'll show off these, because these things froze pretty well. These are our shirazake cured salmons from yesterday. Uh, they're just individual little wrapped parcels, so they don't stick to each other. They pretty much look identical. They just look like they did when they were not frozen, except they're hard now. And that's largely what I can ask for in terms of freezing. They haven't developed a bunch of big ice crystals. They haven't obviously discolored. Uh, okay. Mm. Mm. This is actually really good. I wasn't 100% sure it was going to work out, but no, these are good. This is a winning item. Mm. A salmon sushi bake. You lost me at bake. I've never heard of a baked salmon or sorry, baked sushi. I've heard of baked salmon. I've done it myself. I actually didn't have any salmon today at all. Tomorrow we're gonna break open that gravlax and have more of that. Today I was doing other things, and when lunch rolled around, I was out. So I fed myself with a convenience store, which is not great. Mm. This is good. I don't want to eat a second one now because I don't really want to fill up on these. But these were real tasty. That thing was real tasty. But yeah, if you have any questions about what I'm doing, please. This goes for everyone watching. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, please jump in with your question. I am more than happy to turn this into edutainment. So we're going to save the other two cakes here for another time. Wow, they fit. They fit perfectly in this container. Amazing. And you bake it. Huh. So I've had like a sushi served as a casserole. I've had like a large like family style service of sushi ingredients in a big casserole dish, but it wasn't baked. I've never encountered that. Interesting. I wonder if that's a regional thing. Okay, so two. Those were good. And Hearts of Palm weren't that expensive either, so I would make those again. Heart of Palm is cheaper than crab, volume for volume, and those were pretty good. So I would hazard that those are worth it. Saw it on Instagram. Oh, I need to get on Instagram. I'm not on Instagram, but I know you're supposed to post food pictures on Instagram so people can see them. Mine will go on Twitter where nobody looks at them because Twitter's become such a cesspit. Filipino sushi bake thing that you want to try. Huh. I've never heard of these things. I will have to look into this concept. And who knows, maybe it'll end up being a stream project. Okay, let's get this pan of bacon fat warmed back up. I'm gonna have to look into that. You guys, you're making me want to make stuff. How dare? How very dare? Let's see. So back over on the stove, we have pan of bacon drippings. This is the pan that I browned off the heart in to start with, and then I took the bacon scraps, threw them in here to render out all the fat, and we cooked the little patty of the leftover stuffing in there, which also rendered out some fat. So there's sort of a mixed animal fat in this pan. We'll get it heated up. So what we're doing is we're going to fry off our hearts, our heartbeats. In our bacon drippings. Some salt on top, although there's salt in the bacon drippings as well, so we don't want to go crazy. I recently switched from a kosher salt to a very coarse sea salt, and I'm noticing the difference as I try to use it. So, and it tastes the same, and it's a little bit hard. It doesn't stick to surfaces when you sprinkle it. It tries to bounce a little bit more. Thing is heating up. Okay. All right, I'm just checking on. Oh, we have an ad coming up. I'm just checking in on my. Why are my pre-rolls on? That's not right. We must have had an interruption because Twitch has got it all confused, confuzzled. Yeah, Twitch thinks I've only been on for a minute, like we just had a blip. That's not right. Did any of you guys see a blip? They are heartbeats. They are indeed exactly that, Chemical. Um, we're just putting them on because they're going to take a bit. These beets take a little while to cook. I'm hoping they'll retain their color as we cook them. I've had beets in the past. It says 331 there. Interesting. The Twitch panel, my dashboard panel, is acting like we just started. Like we literally just started stream. It's weird. So there's an ad about to play. For those of you not subbed, sorry about that. It won't let me snooze it because it thinks it's the first ad of the stream, and there's no saved up snooze time. But yes, heartbeats, chemical. You are on point. These are heartbeats. They are our third heart of this very hearty meal. The first one is the heart that's in the oven, which is an actual heart. The second one was the hearts of palm, and now the third one are these heart beets. And the remaining two are artichokes and romaine lettuce. I'm going to start slicing tiny tomatoes. Which side am I on? I'm on this side. Okay. Keep an eye on those beets for me. Let me know if they run away. Especially if they run away. I quite like beets, so I'm willing to experiment with them, but yeah, I know a lot of people don't really like beets. So my favorite way that I have discovered to cook them is with a salt crust, baked in a salt sarcophagus. The salt leaches all of the earthiness out of them, and it makes them very sweet. Um, they do have a little bit of an earthy flavor to them. Oh, I still think they have a bit of an earthy flavor to them. I reasonably like it, but if you don't like it, my experiment with the salt sarcophagus really worked. It also didn't make them excessively salty, which was the concern. Um, okay. Let's do this with olive oil, actually. This not a sponsored brand olive oil. Don't sponsor me. Not a sponsored brand olive oil. I have negative things to say about your bottle design. Um, Pickled golden beets. I never see the other colors of beets around me. I always see just the red ones. I got a gigantic. One of the grocery stores around here just has enormous, kind of misshapen beets. Um, they're hard to use because they're so big. But I thought this was the perfect application for them. Because I could carve out these nice heart shapes. I'm cooking these the same way that I would cook sweet potato. I like this method for sweet potato. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We got the jokes. Okay. Because if you're too rough with your beets, they will lose their red. This guy in the middle is a little bit of a yellowish tinge to him. I'm expecting the ones in the braise, because the rest of this beet is in the braise, will have lost their red color into the liquid almost entirely. Okay, I'm heating the other pan up as well. I want to see if I can't brown off these artichokes on one side and make them a little bit less wet in the process. But we don't want to cook them too much. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. OBS says everything's perfectly a-okay. No drops, no breaks, no nothing. Twitch says that I've had a 3.5 hour session, but it also was acting like it had just started stream. Wait, why is pre-roll still on? Wait. Why are pre-rolls still on? Twitch, what did you do to me? Mm, pre-rolls disabled. Okay, I don't know what the heck it's doing. Oh, now it's okay. Weird. Um, right, but I've got the schedule set so that it should be running mid rolls often enough that it never runs pre-rolls. And now I've refreshed the thing, and now it says the pre-rolls are off. So it was just being weird and not telling me. Also, the dashboard panel does not have a chat history on it. I've just discovered. It's a good thing I still have the OBS chat open. Otherwise, I would not be able to see that message that you just sent. Hongs. No, see, these guys are still not crispy on the bottoms. Okay. No. Okay. These guys are getting flipped again. And we're going to use the large one as the tester to see when they are done. So, I mean, Twitch is twitchy sometimes. The beats are still firm. It's been good about giving me the warnings and a countdown. I've noticed that it gives a countdown, and then it says ad starting soon, and then that sits there for an unknown amount of time, and then it says it's playing an ad. So even when they give you the tools to look at it, they still obfuscate the damn thing. They still obfuscate the thing because they don't want. I guess they don't want us knowing what we're doing. It went through. We all said hi to you. It showed up on my end, chemical rating. And then you didn't say anything, so you must have not. The raid must have arrived without you. I was wondering why you didn't say anything after you raided in. I figured you had to run off real quick, but I guess Twitch left you behind, which is just like Twitch. Okay. You got the Heart of Romaine. They always come in bags of 3, so now I've got to figure out what to do with other Hearts of Romaine, but... I think the beats are probably just about done. Which is unfortunate. I thought they were going to take a little bit longer than that, but they will have to cool off. So I'm just going to take them off the heat entirely. I'm going to take these guys off the heat as well. Because I think they are... Yeah, okay. They're blackened on the bottom, which is what I was going for. We'll get them out of there. We're working on the artichoke hearts. A streamer got left behind. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, AM. Come back anytime. Glad to have you, and have fun with your Valentine's evening outing with friends. Let's get the artichokes out of that pan. Maybe next time we'll be playing games, or Legos, or cooking. Now that the game thing is actually, like, partly working, we can go in there and do that once in a while. Okay. The artichokes are blackened on one side, which was our goal. The beets are calming themselves down. I'm going to see what happens if I put these tomatoes in this pan cut side down. Okay, okay. Don't really want to get those charred. I just want to soften them up a little bit. So they're going to be in that hot pan, but the burner's not on. It's been another half hour since I last checked on the braise. Let's check on the braise again to make sure we have enough liquid. Because again, I would hate to lose this. We've lost a little bit of liquid, but we're still looking good. I might... Oh, you know what I'm going to do, but while we've got it out, I'm going to take its temperature. I'm going to see how the middle is doing on terms of temperature. Almost 200 degrees in the middle. So it's cooked. The question is it tender? My heart is a little bit on the small side, much like the Grinch. So I do expect that it won't necessarily need the full time. The butcher who gave it to me specifically pointed out that it was pretty small. So we might actually be just about ready for it. I don't think we're going to need the full 2 hours. And we're an hour and a half in now. So I'm going to let it... tell you what, I've been going for just a little bit shy of 4 hours. And I haven't had a bathroom break yet. So we are going to pop up a BRB and mute my mic. And we're back. Wash my hands real quick. I need to pick out a song to play during my BRB screen. We're back. I'm back. Howdy. Let's see. What was I about to do? Let's see. The beets are cooked. They're a little bit oily. I'm gonna probably get them out of there and put them on a paper towel just to soak up a little bit of the excess drippings, so that they are not quite so heart unhealthy. We'll use this one for that. Oh, the skinny ones are definitely well softened. It's only that big one that I think might be a little bit firm still. Here they are. And let's put a towel on the top as well. Same reason. Soak up a little bit of our excess our excess bacon fat. You can see them through the paper. They were a little bit oily. We'll just plunk them to the side there. Okay. The braise is nearly done. The heartbeats are done. This thing is going to be my side salad. The question is, I've blackened this one side of the artichoke hearts. The question is, what should I do with the artichoke hearts? We still have an open question. I didn't really pre-decide on it, and I was hoping it would come to me as I was working on them. Any ideas from the audience as to what could be done with blackened artichoke hearts and halved grape tomatoes? I'm also going to ask Google, but jump in if you've got an idea. Okay. 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 Toss them in my salad. This is my salad. It's one of these pretentious romaine slices. But seriously, that's how I plan on serving the salad, as a slice of this with a dressing. Um, because then you can see that it's a heart of romaine instead of just some romaine, uh, some romaine lettuce. Um, okay. I can't just sit here and waffle about. I caught that. Ooh, the tomatoes are hot. The tomatoes are actually hot. And a little bit wrinkled on the side that was down. So they did soften up a little bit in the process there. Um, okay, okay. Thinking, thinking, thinking. Return that pan, but hmm. Scrape some of the bits off first. Return that pan there and combine into it. Oh, all the spatulas are wet. The drippings from this pan. So all of my various flavored oils are now one slightly burnt flavored oil. Caprese salad minus the basil and mozzarella plus artichoke hearts. So, so not a caprese at all. I don't have any mozzarella pearls. So you're right, I can't do mozzarella. Um, here's the plan. Here's the plan. We're going to go over here, and I'm going to start throwing stuff at this pool of oil until it becomes a dressing. I'm also going to make myself a little salad dressing for the romaine guy there. I wish I hadn't snacked on those bacon ends now. I could have had bacon bits. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Wasn't planning ahead. That's what you get. Tiny Whisk is called back into service. And then we taste it. Ooh. Ooh, that worked. It's got a brightness to it. It needs a sharpness to it. And a little bit of a sweetness. Tiniest dash of vinegar to give it that sharpness. I hope it doesn't split it because it's a sour cream. Taste. It's okay. Into this, we are throwing some lightly seasoned sawdust. Heat down. Tiny Whisk appreciates your support. You know, I have an open emote slot because we managed to run over the threshold for the next emote slot. I should probably make a Tiny Whisk emote. You know, lightly seasoned sawdust. To soak up the oil that was in there. I'm going to add a little bit of unseasoned sawdust as well because I think there's just a shade too much oil still. Okay, heat off. This is too hot to taste, but we are going to use it. Regardless of what it tastes like. This is one of those. But yeah, lightly seasoned sawdust. You've always got to keep culinary sawdust around, just in case. Here, I'll do this right here. Okay, that's what that's going to look like. This is going to be the most unhealthy thing on the plate. That's going to be the most unhealthy thing on the plate because we scraped some bacon fat in there and then soaked it up. I'm going to have to go sparingly on this stuff. It doesn't look bad. It looks pretty good, actually. Talking too much. Thirsty work. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Square plate. Did I get out a square plate? No, I have not yet gotten out a square plate. We're using a square plate for this. We're using the square plate. I gotta clear this space now. I think we're coming down to it. I think we're getting there. I think we're approaching. I think. Let me get things a little bit out of the way. We managed to make a heck of a mess today. We managed to make a heckin' mess today, so I'm glad I didn't do a big project yesterday where I had a bunch of extra dishes because it would be 2 big piles of dishes in a row. Let's plate up our heart-shaped grease stains. Or should I swap those and put the perfectly shaped one at the top? I like that better. The heart of romaine on the other side. No, the heart of romaine is going to be a diagonal across the bottom. And this is going to get plated after the actual heart. Okay. Plate is a partial go. Also, that's just about 2 hours on our braise, so and it was hot through to the middle before, so let's get it out of there. Turn my oven off. Oh. Take a look at this final result. Chopstick out these used up bay leaves. And the parsley stems. Oop, and the thyme stems. I did not prepare a bouquet garni for this. If you did, all these bits that I'm pulling out now would have come out in one motion because they would be tied together. Speaking of tied together, the braise in the center has shrunk away from its trusses. So let's get that guy out of there. Should open up. So many tabs open. Yeah. I wish I had a second wooden cutting board. Oh well. So we're coming out of the braise. One of our bacon wraps is dangling down, but the rest are in place. Our liquid is a deep, intense red color, much like the blood of the heart. Where did I put my cutting scissors? Did I take them up to the herbs and then leave them there? That would be foolish. They were dirty. I definitely did that. That was foolish because they're dirty. We used them to cut a thing. Okay. Let's get over here. That's the thing. It's a, fist-sized piece of meat. We're gonna just snap through all these definitely could have done a better job on the wrapping and trussing front, but I'm not displeased with the results. Oop. The string has turned the same color as the bacon on the surface. It's hard to see. But there it is. Having come off fairly neatly. More heartstrings, indeed. I guess we get in there and see what it's like in the middle. I'm gonna hone this knife before I. Ooh, not this. I don't want that knife. I want the slicer for this. Get that out of the way. Okay. I know the color's not the greatest on this camera, but The bacon's going to let go as soon as I cut into this. I can tell immediately. I'm not sure which end was the top now. Are you still hot? The bacon's also a little bit flabby because it was braised. I wonder how it looks underneath there, actually. Okay, I'm just going to cut right through the middle. Cuts well. It cuts well. Let's bring my plate over. It's hot to the touch as well. Well, I don't have chef's fingers yet. The hotness hurts my fingies. It's really hot. I would hazard it's probably around 200 degrees in there. It tastes good. Licking my fingers as I go, which you shouldn't do. Oh, that's right. That's why I didn't plate up immediately, because scoopy spoon is there. No, I need the slotted spoon for that, because there's too much juice. Slotted. Sorry, I'm concentrating because we're at that point of don't screw up the plate. Okay. Now we plate. That. There it is. I'm going to take pictures of this before anything else happens to it. So only a brief there it is, and then I'm kind of race back. Okay. Okay. Coming back. Coming back. Coming back. I didn't cut the whole thing because I wanted the top piece there to be a visible cross-section of the heart. Okay, put that out of my way. Okay. There is our Valentine's Day plate. Oops, that's the wrong light switch. That was the wrong light switch. But I know I said I was going to stick around after I cooked it a bit. We can still do that. We could still do that, but not super long because I'm a little bit tuckered out after this marathon cooking session. One of the longest ones I've done since that early cheese experiment that took 5.5 hours and produced very little cheese. Oh. The apron. Ooh, looks like I got bacon grease on my apron. Good thing I had the apron on. The kitchen does not have a super strong aroma, interestingly. All the smells are pretty. They're good, but they're not like really strong. Let's taste this stuff. We're not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to start right in the middle with our lamb's heart with the stuffing. Mmm. Mmm. Ooh. Mmm. Oh, it's delicious. It's great. I'm so happy. I had no idea how this was going to turn into. Oh, it's great. It tastes like lamb. I think if you have hang-ups on texture, you might be put off a little bit. Heart muscle is not like the typical muscle we eat. It has a smoother texture to it. But it's not dried out. So the combination of the braise, the bacon, and the veal stuffing has successfully not dried out this super lean meat. It's not dried out. It's tender. It's flavorful. Oh yeah, it's got a good strong lamb flavor to it. It's holding up well against the all the stuff that's on it. Honestly, the veal doesn't taste like much of anything. Veal's got such a delicate flavor. When I taste it by itself, I can pick up the that faint sweetness that it has. When it's in there, it's getting it's getting. I'm sure I'd notice if it would be different if it wasn't there, but it doesn't jump out when you're eating the main thing. But oh man, it's definitely cooked through. It's definitely tender, but not like mushy fall apart. I think we absolutely nailed the cook time on it. Just want to eat more of it. The the bacon's a little flabby, and I'm gonna say that's probably because we used such thick slices. And it seems to have done its job as well because all the flavor has been leached out of it into our dish. The bacon is not super flavorful. Very, very mild, in fact. Okay. Our centerpiece is a primo winner. Would do again. That was worth the effort. That's great. Let's try the bacon fat fried beet. Mmm. They cooled off a little bit because we didn't nail our timings on that one. The beet here is definitely different than the beet there. The beet in the braise is just sweetness with a little bit of tang on the back end of it. This guy still has his earthiness to him. This still has that rich flavor. But it brought out a good amount of the sweetness too. Yes, I'm just tasting it. We're we just plated it up. It's a winner. This thing was worth all the effort. All that went into that. Damn. Can recommend. That was the first thing I tasted. I didn't beat around at all. We went right for the main event. I really wanted it to be good. I really wanted to taste it, and damn, did it deliver. Let's have a niblet of these weird, not sure what I was doing artichoke hearts. Mm. They're a little heavy. The bread sauce is a little bit greasy, which is understandable because it's made out of grease. Yeah, we took it out at just the 2 hours. When I checked it a half hour ago, it was already 200 in the middle, and the probe went in quite easily. So I gave it the last half hour, but it was done. Um, the butcher told me that this was on the small side for a lamb's heart, so I suspect we had the advantage in that it was a bit of a smaller one. But yeah, it was done right on time in 2 hours. Good thing too, because I had started preparing all the rest of the stuff, assuming that it was going to be done at 2 hours, and then we played around it. This is a good flavor, but these things are a little bit heavy. You definitely can't eat that whole bowl of those that I made. And the final element on our plate is our this heart of romaine with a sour cream dressing and a balsamic drizzle. Served in the most pretentious manner. No, it's just raw. Pretty good. Needs a tiny bit of salt. No, I didn't grill it. Everything else here is grilled and has bacon fat in it and all the. I wanted this guy to be a little bit lower key. Well, this is a success. We had a success. I mean, I'm not sure about the artichoke heart thing. I threw those in there because I wanted another heart item. Honestly, probably could have left those off. We could have done a 4-heart meal and just had it with everything else. Um, but big success. The main event, big success. Big honking success. Now, we can hang out some more. I can take this in the other room, and we can hang out some. But honestly, I've been going for 4.5 hours. I'm a little tired. I gotta work. You gotta work your way up. Oh, I missed a couple of moistens. They didn't show up in my. Huh. Well, I apologize. I missed 3 moistens. They didn't show up in my chat box. Let me get some water and give you a moist. Moist. From an hour ago. Yeah. Well, our test run on the game this afternoon worked ish. Um, we will have to. I'll have to go back in there and just schedule a working out the audio problems stream, so that somebody can listen on the far end while I'm tinkering with it. Because otherwise, when you're tinkering with it, you can't hear what's going on. So we'll have to revisit. We'll have to revisit that. It kind of works. Um, the biggest revelation from today is that I'm on the Wi-Fi, and I haven't had any connection issues. It's been rock solid, which is a big plus because that means I can move the PC around without needing to redo the plugs in every room. So that's good. So that's good. 8 o'clock. Let's see who's on. Let's raid ourselves out. We didn't go see we it's Tuesday, so it's tradition. We're gonna go see LaFay. We can tell her all about the 5 hearts. Yes, very hearty stream. Very, very pleased with this result. Oh, I'm taking another bite. Very pleased with the result here. It was a little bit of effort to prep it, put it together, but gotta say, in the end, it's really good. It's really good. If you can find a lamb's heart and you're willing to put in the time, it's really very good. Oh, the countdown's not going. What? I'm already rating LaFay? This must be what Chemical was seeing before, that the raid didn't work. Hold on. If you can still see me, I'm opening up LaFay's stream on mute. Okay.